Yes. This meeting will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Carlett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Binsbacher.
Here.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Hunt.
Here.
Councilmember Fatena.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
And Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council special meeting of June 17th, 2019. The consent agenda consists of one item, and that is authorization to hold an executive session. Is there a motion from the council on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will now adjourn to executive session.
In 2006, my brother from Minnesota had been doing it up there, and he said, Cal, start doing it down here. So that's how it all got started, with just a few people 13 years ago, and it's been growing every year.
The people are wonderful. It's just a friendly community.
If you go and see other programs, the way they work, this is simply the best.
If you do want to be involved, it's so easy to be involved in this community.
It's incredible to see the connections that exist all throughout our community. People supporting people and neighborhoods supporting neighborhoods.
Keeping our residents connected is important. Whether it's enjoying time on our trails or using our growing transit opportunities like the new 83rd Avenue bus route or POGO, we are always looking for ways to keep our residents connected.
Peoria is always working to make our city better.
Several years ago, I said I wanted to implement changes that connected our residents, north, south, east, and west, and got them where they wanted to go safely, securely, and comfortably. Over the past 4 years, we've made amazing progress enhancing these core services, but we haven't stopped there. Every investment we make into our police and fire medical departments is purposeful. The result of giving our first responders all the resources they need to do their jobs is a heartwarming culture of compassion and service, far beyond the call of duty.
When you talk about above and beyond, these are things that officers do almost on a daily basis. So sometime in December, they went on a check the welfare call of an elderly lady.
It was late into my shift when a citizen called and said that they were concerned about an elderly lady that was walking around in this apartment complex.
I could see in the window, the side window, it was her bedroom. And the blinds are open, but she was sleeping on a mattress that was on the floor. And that kind of disturbed me. I felt like she was very vulnerable. And so we knocked on the door and we waited, and she woke up. She welcomed us in. She's like, come in, come in, come in.
It was a TV that wasn't hooked up on the floor, and in her little bedroom was a mattress on the floor. She had no clothing, no money. She had an ID, a few other miscellaneous pieces of paper.
We're starting to ask her questions, and she's saying that she has a son. He brought her here.
So I called him. He just dropped her off there at the apartment complex.
We expressed our concerns that we were having, and he said that she was fine. She was living here. He dropped her off a month ago. Her rent is paid up, and that she's got a friend who's going to take care of her and come and visit with her.
Made contact with that person, and they said they had no intention of taking care of her. We spoke to the son on the phone. We expressed to him the dangers of leaving an elderly person alone. He told us in return that she does have the start of Alzheimer's. He said that we should just leave her alone, that we should stop interfering with the whole situation. So we weren't going to just stand by and wait for something to happen to her.
We cooked up a meal for her. She really wanted us to just hang out with her and talk with her and stay with her and visit with her. And we knew that she was really lonely.
We asked for the victim's assistance upstairs here at the PD to help us out. And Officer Hoffman was able to also incorporate a separate agency to help us out.
As we were talking with her and cooking for her, a service that works for Adult Protective Services knocked on the door, and it was like, oh my gosh, this was like a calling. And they came in and they said that they place elderly people in homes, or they try to. So we're like, oh, this is awesome.
This group home reduced their fees. We looked at it, we checked it out. It's in a lovely neighborhood, lovely people to watch over her. She has her own space in a master bedroom.
So we packed her up, we just put her in our car, brought her to the home. Me and Steve walked in with her, you know, and immediately when she walked in, she had a big smile on her face. The nursing staff greeted her, and we walked around, and she felt really comfortable.
Afterwards, Officer Hoffman and I followed up on her. She's doing great. She's eating well.
Just like anyone else, we go to help. There's always this unexpected sense that they get from officers doing these types of things that seem extraordinary, but when you've been in the business as long as I have, you start to realize that officers are very compassionate. They care about their community, they care about the people that they serve, and they want to do what's right.
Only on ABC 15 tonight, Valley firefighters going beyond the call of duty.
It all began with a call for service that led to this extraordinary moment.
Ladder 191 responded to a call for a lift assist with a resident that lived nearby. We arrived on scene and we found a grandmotherly aged woman who was kind of tangled up at the base of her stairs outside of her house.
Pat's daughter called 911 and Peoria firefighters quickly arrived, treated Pat, but instead of leaving, began asking questions.
We helped her to her feet and we did an exam on her and talked to her, and she didn't seem to be injured, she just needed help up. She would transport herself from a wheelchair, walk up the steps, and then into the house. And so she tried to make it and she couldn't.
James said, "We don't want this to happen to you again." And he said, "Let me look at the backyard." So he came around, looked at the backyard, and he said, "We can build you a ramp." Isn't that sweet?
And she told me that she had looked into it and it was very expensive. I took it from there. I said, "I think we can help you." The fire chief has empowered us to do the right thing, to take the opportunity to help the people that need the most help when we can. Then during the process, the Peoria Firefighters Charity Organization, they reached out to us and they provided all the building materials. I called her back later that day and I said, "If you're free tomorrow, I'd like to come out and we'd like to help you with your situation." That's what I became a firefighter for, is to take the opportunity to help people in need, whether that's a 911 emergency, life and death situation, or things like this. And especially because our fire chiefs empowered us, like I said, to be able to take the opportunity to do the right thing. What I would like to do, I'm able to do.
Captain Neely and his crew are kind of the example to the rest of the department of what we expect from their service as they go and go to a call. But the whole department is a wonderful department. We have wonderful people that kind of, as I always say, came from the factory that way, with a lot of compassion and wanting to help however they can or however they have to. When we interview for firefighters, that's one of the characteristics that we look for is compassion. That's one thing that you can't teach. And from there, I just encourage them and empower them to go out and do good things, however that may have to happen.
Living in a safe city and feeling secure is a hallmark of Peoria's premier quality of life. Public safety is one of our most important priorities, and we are fully committed to ensuring our first responders have the tools and resources they need to serve and protect Peoria families.
The ambulance service here for fire medical has impacted immensely in several ways. One is that it has shortened the response times. So as our fire stations are strategically placed around the city to reduce response times, is every second counts when you're talking about saving a life. And so along with that now is the ambulance, and we reduce the amount of time to get an ambulance to the scene. The other advantage is that we have firefighters in our ambulance, which we can easily move around, and continuity of care can continue very easily.
We truly care about our communities, and we have a lot of support and a lot of help, and we're able to do a lot of good things, and I think it makes everyone feel good.
As Peoria grows into a world-class city, we remain vigilant, protecting our safety and security so we can maintain the small town feel that we all know and love. We are proud to be a city that is equipped to meet the demands of today's economy and the demands of the future. A thriving, complete city has many different and interconnected parts, all working to make the community the absolute best that it can be. Since I took office, I've been focused on an aggressive economic development strategy. I want to attract employers that make sense for our residents, businesses to provide high-quality jobs close to home. This all goes back to quality of life. Less time on the roads means more time with our families and more time enjoying the great lifestyle that Peoria is known for. This means that we have to be thoughtful about how we embrace growth, doing all that we can to guide private development in ways that elevate our community to meet the expectations of our residents. In my first term, I'm pleased to report that we've made a lot of progress. We've invested in up-and-coming districts to help these areas realize their fullest potential. Street paintings, murals, and life-size musical instruments enhance the focus on revitalizing the extraordinary history that exists in Old Town. We've welcomed businesses who are preserving history, such as Driftwood Coffee, who took over the original lumber yard in Peoria. And we're also excited to welcome transformative businesses that will create a new history, such as Maricopa Integrated Health Systems. That new state-of-the-art facility is currently under construction. Our efforts to add purposefully targeted improvements to the P83 area are also paying off. This district has amazing energy and excitement and is filled with several new chef-driven restaurants. With the addition of the award-winning Huntington University to the P83 district, the Peoria Small Business Development Center, and Peoria Forward, our partnership with ASU, not only have we welcomed several great businesses and ventures to the area, we've developed quality partnerships who are here to support our residents and our business community for the long term. Taking notice of this vitality, Marriott Hotel is bringing more than 200 rooms to this bustling area. With a rooftop pool and walking distance from the top-rated Peoria Sports Complex, we're excited to welcome them to our robust entertainment district. Complementing Peoria's active lifestyle, we are pleased to welcome the luxury fitness facility Lifetime Athletic. Over the last few years, we've led many targeted improvements to encourage private investments into our community. It's exciting to see businesses sharing our enthusiasm to elevate our city. Commercial Investment Real Estate Equity, the group managing the Park West Plaza, announced their multi-million-dollar investment to bring enhancements to this popular lifestyle center, drawing new businesses and chef-driven restaurants such as Forever 21, Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers, the Creamistry, the Sicilian Butcher, and the Sicilian Baker Cannoli Bar and Market. We know that Peoria is the place for opportunity, and we are thrilled to welcome these new businesses to our city.
What an amazing city Peoria is, and I feel so blessed to represent the folks who live here. It's exciting to see the area take shape as a unique destination for families, friends, and businesses. There's a wonderful immersion of art, placemaking, and of course, the $70 million investment by MIHS to develop a state-of-the-art healthcare facility right here in the heart of this amazing district.
Peoria is a city like no other. Our strength comes from the people who call Peoria home. We want to ensure that residents today and those of tomorrow have the opportunity to live their best lives. Fortunately, we are in a really unique point in time, a time that allows us to take hold of how we envision our future. Through thoughtful and stable leadership and constantly improving services and amenities, we are infusing new energy into our community in ways that some never thought possible. It's exciting to watch Peoria's transformation unfolding right in front of us, and it's exciting to see people take notice. Families and businesses from all over the country and all over the world are moving here because of our resort-like quality of life and safe neighborhoods. We've prioritized the amenities our residents cherish most, and today our city is connected, vibrant, and thriving. In Peoria, our residents have the opportunity to feel a part of something larger, and we are honored to be the city where anyone's greatest story can begin.
Welcome to the City of Peoria Digital Hub. I'm Nicole Swartout, and here's what's happening for the week of June 13th through 20th. Peoria's Adaptive Adult Program will be selling homemade muffins, cookies, breakfast bars, and sandwiches from the new Prickly Pete pop-up snack cart at the Peoria Main Library every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 to 11 a.m. The Adult Adaptive Program offers a wide range of activities and employment opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities, their families, and caregivers. This week is the official start to the Arizona monsoon season on June 15th. While these storms can be a nice break from the heat, they can also be dangerous. Should you find yourself in a monsoon, follow these safety tips and be prepared. Lightning often strikes outside of heavy rain and may occur as far away as 10 miles. Remember, it does not have to be raining for you to be struck by lightning. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck. When it comes to driving, control of a vehicle can be lost in as little as 6 inches of water. Most vehicles will begin to float in 2 feet. Also, it's very difficult, especially at night, to recognize the depth or force of flowing water. It is best to stay clear of washes and to find alternative routes rather than driving through deep or running water. Dust storms are also a common result of monsoons. If you are driving during a dust storm, pull to the side of the road until the storm passes. Be sure to pull off as far as you can over to the side. Turn your lights off, including head and tail lights, completely. Wait until visual conditions are clear and it is safe to drive. For more information on monsoon safety, visit peoriaaz.gov/safety tips. Learn how to develop a holiday marketing plan at Peoria Forward Workshop, Christmas in July, Building a Community Guide to Holiday Marketing Part 1. In partnership with ASU Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, Peoria Forward is hosting this workshop on Thursday, June 20th from 5 to 7 p.m. at The Collective, located at 8271 West Lake Pleasant Parkway. Attendees will learn how to collaborate with Peoria entrepreneurs, businesses, artists, and the community to create a holiday marketing plan that capitalizes on the holiday season. The second part of this workshop will be on Saturday, July 20th. Peoria's All-American Festival takes place Thursday, July 4th from 5 to 10 p.m. at the Peoria Sports Complex. This is a free event for the whole family. There will be free parking and free admission. Among the games, water activities, food, and fireworks, there will also be live music from the Cadillac Angels and Surfing USA. For more information about the All-American Festival, visit peoriaaz.gov/special events. You have the right to read. Join the Peoria Police Department on Thursday, June 27th at the Peoria Main Library from 9 to 10 a.m. Readers will get a chance to tour the Peoria SWAT Mobile Command Unit and talk to Peoria police officers. Peoria Reads participants will have a chance to win prizes and attend fun events all summer long. Be sure to track the books you have read and the free events you have attended to be entered to win. For more information, visit peoriaaz.gov/library. The next City Council meeting is Tuesday, June 18th, starting at 5 p.m. with a study session, followed by the council meeting at 7 p.m. Meeting agendas and more are available at peoriaaz.gov/council. City Council meetings and study sessions are broadcast live and replayed on Peoria Channel 11. Also, they stream live and on demand at peoriaaz.gov/PeoriaTV. That's it for this week. I'm Nicole Swartout. Thanks for tuning in to the City of Peoria Digital Hub.
I'm a street sweeper. I'm a people person. I'm a good husband. I'm a good grandpa. And a movie buff. I love movies. I am Peoria, 100%. Anytime you want to start, make sure nobody's behind you. People got past you already, so you can start your engines. Let me tell you a story about me. I'm from New York, but when I came out here with nothing, $2 in my pocket and a Snickers bar. I got on the bus one time. I wasn't doing good. You know, everybody goes through it down. I lived in a men's shelter. I lived in the streets for 2 weeks. I did the begging. I did that. I lived on 48th Street in Baseline 20-something years ago. And what happened was some lady came up to me and said, "Are you tired of being on the streets and all that?" I said, "Yes," and she helped me, and I never looked back. I carry clothes in my car. And when I see a homeless guy who needs a pair, I got shoes, shirts, jackets. And if I see somebody who needs it, and sometimes my own clothes I give them that I got in there. That's one thing I've been doing for a long time. I love what I have, and I'm gonna cherish what I have because I didn't have this. And when I hear people say you can't do it, I say, well, you want to listen, go look at my story. You talking about a guy that would sit next to a heater from a building so he can keep warm. And everything that I have, I love. We want our residents to step outside and look and say, wow, look at my streets. Why not? Why not like to have your streets clean? Why not?
Live from the Peoria Center for the Performing Arts, welcome to this special live broadcast.
That's good volume? Okay. Okay, turn it up.
So they're mostly old rockers.
Well, they're almost all our same age in here, so our ears have been hurt by playing all the music we're listening to, what we've done. But anyway, we're going to keep on going, otherwise we're not going to be able to play tuning. So we're going to play a little song called Sugar. You ready? Oh, okay. Oh.
All B jokes, right? Here we go. One for none. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I forgot to move this song in the right spot, so it's taking me a bit longer to find it. Yeah, no. We're gonna do a little Billie Holiday tune. Especially if I can find it. And I'm the one that tells the guys, don't do this to me. Make sure you got it all in order.
You don't listen to yourself.
You can't hear yourself. No, I didn't do that good of a job in school either, because all the teachers and the principals all knew my first name. So they even went out to dinner with my mom and dad. So, that's how well they knew me. Come on, and we just played it last night. There it is. Okay, this is a little tune called "God Bless a Child." So it's a really beautiful tune that Billie Holiday made. Probably, in my eyes and ears, probably one of the greatest jazz singers that ever lived. So she sang about her life, and that's what this music is about. So here's a little tune, "God Bless a Child."
One for none.
I made a little mistake on that little song because I had to hold my sneeze. And that would have been pretty. So We're going to do a little tune that's the national anthem for Phoenix, Arizona. I can't say Arizona because Prescott's pretty nice. But it's called Summertime, especially when it's 129 degrees outside. Even though they only tell us it's 116, it's probably actually 132. So this is Summertime. Usually I tell stories after every little song because I've got a lot of history in my head. And I figure use it before I lose it. But we don't have a lot of time tonight, so we're going to go run through as many songs as we possibly can. There's we do about 182 songs is what we have in our book. And we add at least 2 or 3 new ones almost every month or so. And then original tunes too. So we're going to do original tune tonight too, before it's over. Something that we love to play. So, but these are great stuff. This is all history. And this is where music started. This is where they got the roots to develop everything from rock and roll to the blues to it came right out of jazz. So now we're going to do a little tune called "Beautiful Love," which was the song from the movie The Mummy. And the song was played like tempo-wise 50. So it was like, boom, boom, because the mummy can't run. He just waddles from place to place. So that's how they played the song. So, but we don't do it that way. We do it at
what tempo? 164.
We do it at 164. Yeah. But we have a lot of fun doing it that way. So that's why we do it. So this is called "Beautiful Love."
1, 2,
1.
Mummies don't move that fast. So. And we were watching a movie at home. I watched a sci-fi movie, and it was a mummy, and they played that song. I was, dang it! How do you even know that was in the tune? But it was really slow. We're gonna do a little thing. We're gonna do a little tune. I do a lot of stuff Miles Davis did, and I love Chuck Baker at the same time. So we're doing a lot of the stuff they've done. So we're going to do a little tune called The Nature Boy. So this would be a nice little tune for us. And if you know the words, sing along. Sing along. Because I don't know the words to it. So. Now that would sound really cool with about a 80-piece orchestra behind us. Because that's what I hear, the violins and the cellos and the oboes and bassoons and 5 more trumpets playing harmony behind me. That'd be really cool. So if anybody's got enough money to do that for me, we can talk afterwards. We're going to stay in that same mode, but we're going to do all blues, which every jazz band has to do all blues, wherever you are, every night. Tune to Miles Davis, maybe great, all blues. And there's words for this too, so you guys know the words. Auditioning vocals. The next little tune's going to be called Sunny. And we played it about 15 different ways, but we like the way we play it now better than the other ones. So we did it funk, but now we switched it over to more of a smooth jazz type feel. It fits our age group. So this is Sunny.
That's what I'd like to know.
If you got a Medicare card,
Or you're considering AARP.
or you can understand more than 3 chords in a song. That's a big thing.
You know more about Social Security than you do the internet.
Got it.
Here we go. One for that.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We're going to do a Herbie Hancock tune. It's called Watermelon Man.
8 bars and rest.
No, there's more than 8 bars in the rest. But I always tell a story about Herbie Hancock because the way he wrote this song, he was living in Chicago in an apartment. In the back of the alley there, the streets were made out of cobblestone, and that's how this song was written. Because this little old man would push a cart through there every day selling watermelons for 5 cents. And he was hanging out by the window, and he heard the wheels of the cart going dink, 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 and hitting all those different holes in the road. And he came up with Watermelon Man, because the guy would sit there and yell, "Watermelon for sale, 5 cents, 5 cents a watermelon." So he wrote Watermelon Man. A whole bunch of little things like that, but here's Watermelon Man by Herbie. Anybody know what time it is? It's a song too, but we're not playing that.
7. It's only 7.
It's only 7? Well, I know, I'm.
35.
For us, we can stay till 2 o'clock. But you gotta convince that guy up there. Because I'm sure he wants to go home to his family, but he can see him tomorrow. You see why? They'll be there tomorrow for him.
I don't know, I'm having fun.
What time was it again?
8:35.
8:35.
Pick one good one.
Okay. Let's do walking real.
Okay. Yes.
Mike, you want to tell a little story about it? I'll let you talk.
Oh, you do.
I haven't bring this over to you.
So I went to high school in Brazil. I went to high school in Rio de Janeiro. My mother's Brazilian. So anyway, messing around. They can hear me.
No, I'm sorry.
So I came up with this song. There's a first portion and a second portion, and the first portion is called Walking in Rio, and then the second portion is just called Blind Color. Yeah. So, and you'll notice a distinct change. The second portion is first portion is kind of Latin, and the second portion is
straight rock. More a little bit of rock.
It's not really rock.
It's not really rock. More like
You decide for yourself.
Yeah.
Who really cares, right?
It fits. That's all.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. And there's no words to this. the World Cup.
As long as you don't run into Germany again.
Oh boy, here we go.
Next time we'll be Spain.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching this special live broadcast from the Peoria Center for the Performing Arts. For more information on our music series, visit www.peoriaaz.gov/arts. Live from the Peoria Center for the Performing Arts, welcome to this special live broadcast.
Good evening. How's everyone doing? Yeah, all right. That's good. Tuesday night, we're feeling it. It's hot. You're in air conditioning. Things are good, right? And we appreciate you all being here, even though the Diamondbacks are in a really important game tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. We appreciate you being here with us. So, running from the cold up in New England, I was born to be a fiddler in an old-time string band. My baby plays the guitar, I pick a banjo now. On North Country, when a seamer gotten me down, lost my money playing poker, so I had to up and leave. But I ain't a turning back, living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, hey, mama, rock me. I see some mouths moving out there. Come on, sing out. Don't be afraid. Walking to the south out of Roanoke, I caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long coat. And he's a heading west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee, where I gotta get a move on, head for the sun. I hear my baby calling my name and I know that she's the only one. If I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, hey, mama, rock me. Thank you, thank you. This next song is actually a song we wrote long time ago. It's all about becoming a father for the first time. It's called Overwhelm. Thank you, you guys got that. This crowd is on fire. And I hold back, and I hold on. What will hold me up if I let go? Will I fall? Will I cease to be? I'm afraid to tear down these hollowed walls. Please overwhelm me, love. Overtake me, love. Remove the choice, please. Fill me up, love, and melt my heart with your voice. Protection It's an easy clutch. I'm afraid to give or reveal too much when it's just you and it's just me. With all my faults, am I what you need? Please overwhelm me, love. Overtake me, love. Remove the chores. Please fill me up, love, and melt my heart with your voice. You cast away my fears, throw away my doubts. Said I wanna believe, will you show me how? Help me see what I already know. Help me find my way. I wanna lose control. Please overwhelm me, love. Overtake me, love. Leave my spirit full. Please devastate me, love. Break me down. Save my soul. Love, 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 love. Thank you. All right, so we sometimes get volunteers from the audience to help us, and this guy volunteered to help us tonight. So give it up for John Sefton. He's gonna help us play a song. His favorite band's the Foo Fighters, so I said, why don't you come sing a Foo Fighters or play a Foo Fighters? I'll sing it, you play it. And so we're gonna do Learn to Fly by the Foo Fighters. Run and tell all of the angels this could take all night. I think I need a devil to help me get things right. You put me down for new revolution, 'cause this one is a lie. We sat around laughing and watched the last one die. And I'm looking to the sky to save me. I'm looking for a sign of life. I'm looking for something to help me burn out bright. And I'm looking for a complication. I'm looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. I'll make my way back home and I'll learn to fly high. I'm tired of trying. I'll make my way back home and I'll learn to look into the sky to save me. I'm looking for a sign of life. I'm looking for something to help me burn out right. And I'm looking for a complication. I'm looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. I'll make my way back home and I'll learn to fly. I'll make my way back home and I'll learn to fly. I'll make my way back home and I'll learn to. Thanks, John. One more time for John. By the way, these guys just practiced that for the first time this afternoon. So, yeah, that's right, especially. Sorry, if you get a drink of water. By the way, refreshments outside, just so you know, and I'll do the quintessential band joke. We do sound better with drinks in your hand, for sure. Drinks are always better around the campfire. We look better, too. I know I do. You may know this one. We're going to do a little Eagles. I like the way your sparkling earrings lay against your skin so brown. And I want to sleep with you in the desert tonight, with a billion stars all around. 'Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. 'Cause I'm already standing, yeah, sing out, on the ground. And I found out a long time ago what a woman can do to your soul. How she can take you anywhere you don't already know how to go. 'Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. 'Cause I'm already standing on the ground. I get this feeling I may know you as a lover and a friend, but this voice keeps whispering in my other ear, tells me I may never see you again. 'Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. 'Cause I'm already standing. Yes, I'm already standing. Yes, I'm already standing on the ground. You guys sound good. attempt to play the guitar. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's why you haven't seen me pick this up yet. He does most of the heavy lifting. Keep going. This is Tom Petty. Well, she was an American girl, raised on promises. She couldn't help thinking that there was a little more to life somewhere else. And after all, it was a great big world with lots of places to run to. And if she had to die trying, she had one little promise she was gonna keep. Oh yeah, alright, take it easy baby, make it last all night. 'Cause she was an American girl. Well, it was kinda cold that night as she stood out on the balcony, and she could hear the cars roll by on the 441 like waves crashing on the beach. And for one desperate moment there, she crept back in her memory. God is so painful when something that's so close is still so far out of reach. Oh yeah, alright, take it easy baby, make it last all night. And she was an American girl.
That was it. That's what was throwing me off.
Oh, that's probably it. For those of you in a band, blame the singer. It's much easier that way. That's a good call. We're going to do a couple U2 songs here. Thank you. That's my son. I paid him to say that. So she woke up from where she was, lying still. Said, I gotta do something about where we're going. You step on a steam train, step out of the driving rain, maybe. Run from the darkness in the night, singing, oh, ha la 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 today, ha la 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 today, ha la today. Sweet the sin, bitter the taste in my mouth. I see 7 towers, but I only see one way out. You gotta cry without weeping, talk without speaking, scream without raising your voice. You know I took the poison from the poison stream. Then I floated out of here singing, oh, a la 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 da day, a la 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 da day, a la da day. And she runs through the streets, her eyes painted red, under a black belly of clouds in the rain. In through a doorway, she brings me bright golden pearls, stolen from the sea. She is raging, and a storm blows up in her eyes. She'll suffer the needle chill. She's running to stand. I have climbed highest mountains, I have run through the fields, only to be with you, only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the feeling in her fingertips. It burned like fire, this burning desire. You broke the bones when you lose the chains, carried the cross of my shame, of my shame. You know I believed it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I believe in the kingdom come, then all the colors that'll bleed into one, bleed into one. But yes, I'm still running. You broke the bonds when you lose the chains, carried the cross of my shame, of my shame. You know I believed it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Is it hot in here or is it just me? We got a little Johnny Cash, liven things up just a bit. If you know it, sing it. I hear that train a-coming, rolling round the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train it keeps on rolling down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't ever play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blow, I hang my head and cry. Bet there's rich folks eating in them fancy dining cars, probably drinking coffee, smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming, I know I can't be free. But that train it keeps on rolling, and that's what tortures me. Well, if they freed me from this prison, if that railroad train was mine, think I'd like to move a little farther down the line, far from Folsom Prison, that's where I want to stay. And I let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away. We are tonight, right? Yeah. All right. We're going to take a little stroll through the 90s. Hopefully. Show me how you do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. The one that makes me laugh, she said. And threw her arms around my neck. Show me how you do it, and I'll promise you, I promise that I'll run away with you. I'll run away with you. To make her mine. And why are you so far away? She said, oh, won't you ever know that I'm in love with you, that I'm in love with you. You who, soft and only, you who, lost and lovely, you who, strange as angels, dancing in the deepest ocean, stretching in the water, you're just like a dream. must have been asleep for a day. Liver lips, I breathe her name. I opened up my eyes. I found myself alone, alone, alone upon a raging sea. Stole the only girl I loved, drowned her deep inside of me. You, soft and only, you, lost and lovely, you, just like heaven. Thank you. We're gonna do a little Weezer. Who knows Weezer? John knows Weezer. You know Weezer, sing along. Oh yeah.
As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. If you would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Rise for a moment of quiet reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Binsbacher.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will please call the roll. Here.
Vice Mayor Binsbacher.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hunt.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
And Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council meeting of June 18th, 2019. We are going to begin this evening with a series of presentations. So the first one being honoring of our Peoria Leadership Institute graduates. And we have a number of them here with us this evening, and we're very, very happy to be able to give them their certificates of completion. And for those who are watching at home, I just want to give you a brief explanation of what the Peoria Leadership Institute is. It is a 8-week course. People come and they learn all about all of the inner workings and the operations of the city. It's a transparent operation, and it's one where they can interact with all of the departments, with the managers. They can take trips to all of the facilities and learn about police and fire and public works and water and all of the intricacies of how a city actually operates. So we're very proud of our city, and now we're very, very proud of our Peoria Leadership Institute graduates. So I would like to ask Vice Mayor Binsbacher to join me on the chamber floor, and we are going to also ask Marianne Loya to join us to present the certificates.
Kevin Beam. Nikki Bonnet. Jane Cicinelli.
Rainey Crabtree. John De La O. Casey Franklin. Steve Harvey. Paul Kettner. Tracy McCormick. Debbie Murillo. Kathleen Patterson. Toby Okiki. Bobby Orlando. Chantel Sanchez. Jennifer Sewenza. Donna Soto. Debbie Uptain. And Tony Wild.
Thank you so much, Peoria Leadership Institute graduates. You will forever be in our hearts. And now on to the next thing where you volunteer for all of our boards and commissions and come back all the time and visit us. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a presentation of certificates to board and commission members. And I would like to ask Councilmember Bill Patena, who is the chair of the Council Subcommittee for Boards and Commissions, to come on down.
Thank you, Mayor. So this evening, we are going to bring 3 more people into our boards and commissions fold. We're always happy to have new members, and we're very grateful for the 100+ people we have already that serve on our boards and commissions, and we have about 21 different boards and commissions. So we appreciate their gift of time and their expertise. And perhaps our newest PLI graduates might want to get involved in our boards and commissions, and we would be happy to have you. So we'll call the names, and when you have your name called, please come down and get your plaque. On the Design Review Board, Adam Pruitt. That's good. And our Youth Advisory Board, Ravi Bhatka. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, we have one more presentation on our agenda. It is called Proclamation Recognizing July as National Parks and Recreation Month. And I'm going to ask several people to join us. The Parks and Recreations Board Chair, Brent Taylor, and Vice Chair Anthony Van Gotham. Come on down. And I would also like to ask the City of Peoria Parks and Recreation staff to come down. Thank you for the work that you do on our Parks and Rec Board. Do you want to say something before I read this? No? Okay. Lots of spirit in our Parks and Rec department, right? Well, since it is Parks and Rec Month, I am going to read a proclamation on behalf of the City of Peoria. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an essential part of communities throughout this country, including Peoria, Arizona. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the physical, mental, and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity, increase tourism, and aid in the reduction of crime. And whereas Peoria's 36 neighborhood parks, 2 community parks, 42 miles of shared pathways, 548 acres of mountain recreational space, and recreation facilities designed to promote healthy lifestyles are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the well-being of our community. And whereas Peoria is committed to expanding the park system to meet the needs of our growing community, as demonstrated by the construction of the new 85-acre Paloma Community Park. And whereas, as a CAPRA-accredited organization, the City of Peoria assures continued excellence in quality and improvement of operation, management, and service to the community. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Carlett, Mayor of the City of Peoria in the state of Arizona, do hereby proclaim July 2019 as Park and Recreation Month. And in doing so, encourage all citizens to enjoy Peoria's parks and recreational opportunities. Thank you, and congratulations. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda includes liquor licenses and other types of items that require public hearing. If there is any member of the public present who wants to address a public hearing on the consent agenda, please complete a speaker request form and place it in the bin next to the speaker's podium. This item will be removed from the consent agenda and heard during the normal course of the regular agenda. Are there any members of the public who would like to address a public hearing on the consent agenda? Seeing none, and I have no speaker request forms, council, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will now move on to new business, and the first item is a public hearing, item 28R, development impact fees. And I will turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Tyne, for a staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Deputy City Manager Katie Gregory will lead a public hearing discussion on the proposed ordinance to update the fees, as well as set standards and procedures for administering the impact fee program. And I'll pass it over to Ms. Gregory.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight for a public hearing. This is a public hearing to discuss to provide input on the city's impact fee ordinance. And just real quickly, the last time we updated our impact fees, we did a very comprehensive update to the city's ordinance. At that time, we were implementing Senate Bill 1525, and we were using the model city ordinance that the league put together for the impact fees. So we did a very comprehensive update on the actual ordinance. Tonight, we're doing the same thing. We're re-adopting, I guess you'd say, the ordinance, although I'm not changing any of the language. I am not recommending any changes to the language. The only thing we're looking to have a public hearing on is actually the fees associated with the ordinance. I will cover some provisions associated with it, however, to give you a sense. You might have to do, oh, there you go. Okay, so it's just a public hearing, and I want to just give a quick overview of the timeline. Tonight, we're kind of starting that formal last process of our development impact fees. I've been in front of you a number of times over the last 6 to 8 months talking about our land use assumptions, our infrastructure improvement plan, giving you some updates on some of the stakeholder input that we've received. In April, you approved the land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan that form the basis of the impact fee in terms of the calculation. So you have to have those two adopted first, and then we come back and we adopt the fee ordinance. So tonight we'll have the public hearing, and then on August 13th, I'll come back to you for formal adoption of the ordinance. I've shown this to you before, but for the viewing audience, just to remind everyone that when you do an impact fee study, there's some lengthy and sort of complex pieces that you have to kind of all put together. And that includes first looking at all the different growth projections that we have in the city for all the different types of land uses that we have. And we want to use the best data that we have. We look at MAG data, we do some consensus data, we also look at, and census data, and we also look at Peoria-specific growth. What's happening in Peoria? We know what's coming through our doors in terms of our development review and all those types of things, and we have some projections about what we think is going to come and when and where. The other thing we look at is what are our needs to serve the growth that's coming to the city. So we look at all of those projects, whether they're streets, parks, public service facilities, whether they're going to be water, wastewater infrastructure, all of those types of things, and we kind of get all of that together. It's not necessarily what we have in our CIP, but many of our CIP projects are included in there. So that's what the infrastructure improvement plan is, and they can only be related to development that's occurring as a result of growth. We also do include on here, it mentions regional projects. A lot of our water, wastewater, we're focused on more of the regional pieces that are associated with our water and wastewater infrastructure, because much of the infrastructure required for any individual development is done as part of the development by the developer. But those lines that connect all of our system together are the ones that we're really focused on in some of our treatment facilities and things like that. And then also we have to look at service areas, because that will depend on what fee category we're talking about. So parks may have a service area, streets may have a service area, and we do that because we have to put together who's benefiting from that, what's the nexus, who's benefiting from those facilities that are going in. And of course, we always try to make sure that we're using our natural boundaries as lines, only because otherwise you could be splitting a house right in half and then we don't know what to do with it. So we try not to do that. You take all of those things together, and when you put them all together and you form a fee calculation, you come up with the fee levels. And that's basically the proportionate share that each new unit of development, whether it's residential or non-residential, needs to pay in order to help pay and offset some of the cost of that capital infrastructure. So that's what I'm talking about primarily this evening, is the fee levels that we are proposing. I do want to mention real quickly that we do work throughout this whole process with a number of our stakeholders in our development area. And that includes all of our various real estate developers in the city, so when we talk about all of those major plans that are in the city and major entitlement plans that we have in the city, we work with all of those developers. We work with our Home Builders Association, various home builders that are currently building in the city or have plans to build in the city in the future. We work with our multifamily builders, so we have a lot of folks that we work with, and they all get to provide input throughout the process on things like our growth projections, our infrastructure plans. What do they think about our service areas? Did we get them right? What about our fee methodologies? And then we want to listen and address their concerns as we go through the process. Because we are talking about an impact fee ordinance, I just want to kind of go through a couple of the parts of the ordinance that I think are important to just be aware of. And again, it's been over 5 years since we've talked about it, so maybe to just have an understanding. It was a pretty comprehensive update we did last time, as I mentioned. So it does, it's got four major areas. That's how I break it out anyway, which is the standards and procedures, the program administration, oversight, and then of course the fee tables, which are where we update all of the fees. So shortly after the bill was passed, as I mentioned, the Arizona League put out a model city ordinance. We follow that. Most of the cities in the valley, I believe, are using the model city ordinance for development fees. Its intent was really to try to get that consistency across the board for all of the cities. So when a developer moves from Peoria to Scottsdale to Surprise to wherever, they all kind of are working within the same playing field and understand the provisions and the administration of it. We're not promoting any changes to the provisions, as I mentioned, but I think it is important to give you some context on these. So when we talk about standards and procedures, the legislative intent is to ensure we are charging a proportionate share to new development in the city, that we have procedures for how we assess the fees, that we have a procedure for administering the program. And so there's a number of definitions that are in our ordinance, and we also have, the ordinance requires that we have a written report. We adopt, as I mentioned before, the land use assumptions, the infrastructure plans. It requires that we assess fees across all of the different categories of development, and that we're not arbitrary in any of that, that we keep that level. They're based on the same level of service as our existing residents in some cases, and they stipulate that the city would be responsible for reimbursing any waived fees, which we generally don't do as a rule. But if that were the case, if we did waive a fee, we would have to find the funding to pay that fee. So we, of course, generally don't do that. In the areas of program administration, the ordinance requires that we have separate accounts for each of the fee categories, so we track that money separately so it doesn't get intermixed, doesn't go to any other things other than the projects that are identified in the IIP. The fees are collected and spent within the service area, so they don't go outside of those boundaries, and that the facilities, and on the facilities that we identify, and that we have a time limit to spend that, between 10 years for some of our fees and 15 years for our utility fees, our water and wastewater fees. The section also outlines the numerous formal adoption procedures, which I kind of outlined for you before. And there are a number of provisions that are related to the collection of fees. So we want to make sure that we treat all development the same, that we have provisions for the grandfathering of fees, which if you recall, that was a pretty big piece that got added into the ordinance 5 years ago through SB 1525, which was that we have a 24-month grandfathering period. So what does that mean? For those who are developing in the city currently or are very soon going to be developing in the city, they get the benefit, if you will, of the lower fee, whether it's the new fee or the old fee, for 24 months from the point at which they get their approvals. So if somebody got an approval today, and we're not going to put these fees in place till October, in any particular fee category, they would get the lesser of the fee. So it does provide some surety for those who are planning to develop in the city in the near future or are currently developing in the city. It also defines what's eligible for impact fee credits. We talk a lot about that, and the calculation and allocation of credits on development projects, and our process for establishing a credit agreement, as well as our terms for the use of those credits. So all of those are covered in there. There's provisions for refunds or appeals. So if someone wants to appeal, we have a process for that. If there's a refund, there's certain criteria in which would have to be met in order for a refund to even be considered. So we also are required to hold a public hearing on a audit that we do. So we have a biennial audit. It requires that every 2 years, similar to the way we do our own auditing of our own financials, that we go and audit our impact fees. So we do that every 2 years. We actually have a completed audit that we're ready to put out and then bring back to council in another public hearing for council to hear on that here when you get back from your break. So just to move forward on that, as I mentioned before, the fees are what we're really focused on. You might have to do it again, sorry. Fees, there we go. Oh, sorry, now I did it there. So we have a summary. I'm just showing a summary here. I've got 2 categories, single family and office, and I just want to point out a few things on that. In the proposed fees, they are in your council packet, by the way. They were included. You had the tables for the proposed fees in your council packet. This gives you kind of a sense of where those fees are, and I've provided you kind of an outline of what the current fee is and then what the proposed fee is for, or the total is with the current fee, with the proposed fee, excuse me, for single-family residential. So that's what this was showing. And you can see that in general, we're talking about a $1,700 to about a $2,400 difference in fees from where they were in the 2014 study. So again, that's been 5 years. And in that time, we've seen some cost increases. We've seen some changes in, particularly in this case, a lot of changes on the water and wastewater side in terms of the cost to develop on that side. And then here's just a summary real quick of office, and it gives you a sense on the office fees. You can see that in the northern part of our city, we're actually seeing a fairly sizable reduction in the cost of the impact fees. That's primarily in the area of transportation. So this study, as we went through this study and went through the analysis on the calculation, we did notice that in the northern portion of the city, we're actually seeing a slight reduction in the transportation fee across the board on all fee categories. Not a major deduction, but it's enough that when you're talking about per every 1,000 square feet, right, for a 10,000 square foot, you take it times 1,000 square feet. So you are able to, you can see that sometimes those fees can get high, and in the past we've had considerably higher ones. We have a different change in the number of projects, the cost of some of those projects, and also some of the trip information that comes along with some of the different uses that we have, which has drove some of those fees down a little bit. And then you can see in our southern part of the city, it's coming up a little bit. So, these are not, these are point in time, right? And so a lot of these things that you see when we're calculating fees, it's based on a lot of the inputs that we have at a point in time. Things do change over time. We recognize that. This is not unusual for an impact fee update, especially one that's been 5.5 years. And lastly, just to remind you, so we are here at the public hearing. If we're going to move forward on August 13th when you come back from your break with the final adoption of the fee ordinance. That'll effectively solidify our fee ordinance and our fees, and then they will become effective on October 28th, 2019. And with that, if I can click it, I can answer some questions or not.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, seeing none, I declare this public hearing open. This is a public hearing. If there is any members of the public who would like to address this issue, welcome to come forward at this time. All right, seeing none, I declare this public hearing closed. So just to clarify to everyone who might be watching, the definition of impact fees are that new growth pays for its own impacts. That means the roads that they need or the services that their population, that new population, will require of the municipality in which they are going to build, pays for itself, so that current residents don't have to pay for new growth. It was a smart growth plan that our state was very, very smart to implement a number of years ago. However, there have been many, many changes from legislation in the last number of years that have reduced those fees and minimized the impacts that they say new growth causes to happen. So that is a big burden on the city that is growing, and we are a city that is growing. And so these impact fees being less than what it actually takes to cover the impacts of new growth has to come from the existing municipality, meaning the existing residents. So just to explain impact fees to all of you and to everyone who might be watching at home, I just want you to know that there is a way for growth to pay for itself, and I hope that in such a growing state as Arizona, that there is a time when we can get back to smart growth. And with that, there is no council action required this evening, and so thank you for your presentation. We'll now move on to item 29R, Intergovernmental Agreement, Arizona State University, Project Cities. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And we are very excited to formalize a great collaboration with Arizona State University, and specifically ASU's Global Institute of Sustainability, who will work with us on 5 different projects. And we have with us Chief of Staff Jay Davies is here with Ann Reichman, the Director of Sustainability Cities Network and the Project Cities Program, and Stephen Russell, our Project Cities Program Manager from ASU, and they'll present the proposed intergovernmental agreement for your consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you now is an intergovernmental agreement covering the Project Cities program. We want to take just a moment to highlight this new and promising partnership between the City of Peoria and Arizona State University's Julianne Wrigley Global Institute of Sustainability. The agreement before you allows us to enter into a 12 to 24-month partnership to engage university faculty and students on some of our most promising opportunities, where they will provide hands-on research, design, and deliverables to these projects. One of the keys to this partnership is our ability to go beyond our existing resources and leverage these students' energy, enthusiasm, and innovation to explore and develop approaches to complex questions we face as a progressive city. At this time, I'd like to introduce our main partners and my new best friends from the Sustainable Cities Network and Project Cities Program, Ann Richmond, Director, and Stephen Russell, Program Manager.
Thank you, Jay. And good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of Arizona State University's Sustainable Cities Network, I want to first express our collective gratitude for the opportunity to develop this city-university partnership. The goal of Project Cities program is twofold. First, we aim to improve the quality of life for residents in your community by bringing cross-disciplinary collaboration and research-backed solutions to these complex municipal sustainability challenges. Second, the program adds value to the ASU students' learning experience by providing real-world applications for students' chosen fields of study. For some background, the Project Cities program was formed in 2017 under the Sustainable Cities Network of the Julianne Wrigley Global Institute of Sustainability. And despite the best intentions to bring the classroom into the real world, faculty often struggle to maintain the relationships and administration needed to support appropriately applied projects in the community. And that's where the Project Cities program comes in. We're part of an international network of universities using a highly multidisciplinary framework which leverages resources and relationships across the university to match city-proposed projects with complementary classes. We then take care of the legwork to set up those projects and provide ongoing logistical support as well as some additional resources to enrich the experience for all parties. I'm still wrapping up the scoping and matching process, but assuming that all goes according to plan, we're looking to bring at least 150 ASU students to the community to research and propose solutions to wide-ranging multidisciplinary challenges from water conservation and placemaking to smart cities and employee training modules. Started in 2017, Project Cities is measuring short and long-term impacts of the student work on communities. And I can provide a few examples from our past partners that demonstrate the clear benefits to the city residents and administrative processes. Project Cities' inaugural partner, the City of Apache Junction, faced many challenges with overseeing a completely privatized solid waste management system. Between multiple companies duplicating routes every day, and residents flaunting anti-dumping regulations, the management challenges were compounded by an enormous environmental cost in emissions and pollution. ASU students with Project Cities and the Ira A. Fulton School of Engineering put their heads together to assess the problem and developed a strategy for an RFP-based overhaul to the waste management system. This overhaul is currently in work sessions with Council and is expected to be proposed for formal adoption by City Council this year. Project Cities is great for dusting off shelved projects as well, like this example also from Apache Junction. In 2007 and 2008, the city had to suspend plans for an off-leash dog park due to the economic recession. This was a highly desired amenity for the community, but the city had fires to put out and the project had to go on hold indefinitely. A group of Project Cities capstone students with the Watts College of Public Service and Community Solutions picked up this project in the fall of 2017. Our student has identified and analyzed several potential sites for the park, including considerations like service availability and projected costs for amenities and construction. I'm pleased to share that tonight, after 12 years since it was initially considered, the City of Apache Junction is finally voting to approve a measure to move forward with construction on one of the sites that our students recommended. Our most recent community partner and your neighbor, the City of Glendale, has faced significant challenges managing and increasing their social media presence. Members of the public frequently flooded their pages with less than relevant information, and some serious inquiries were getting lost when they slipped through the cracks for social media. So ASU students with the Hugh Downs School of Communication put their heads together to this last year to develop a draft social media plan and strategy document. This document is intended to serve as a handbook for a new social media manager position that the city is hiring for. And to be clear, the program is a win-win. It's a huge benefit for the students as well. So the majority of our students consistently report that their applied project made classroom concepts easier to grasp and providing a meaningful opportunity to make new professional contacts. In a recent survey of students in the spring 2019 semester, 92% reported that the applied project made their class more interesting and engaging, right? Notably, 84% also indicated that their experience working with municipal government increased their determination to pursue sustainability challenges in their own communities. And we have to extend our gratitude to Jay Davies and his amazing team for their work to formulate the Project Cities Peoria partnership. And we have to also thank Lisa Estrada, who spearheaded the Peoria's strong program application and kickstarted this process. We still have a lot to do. In fact, we're just getting started. But with this amazing team that we've built and some of the really exciting projects that we've scoped out together, we're setting ourselves up for a really inspiring academic year. With your approval tonight, we look forward to formally advancing this collaborative partnership and working together with your team to make some pretty cool things happen for the city of Peoria. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So as Stephen mentioned, some matches have been made, including faculty with both undergraduate and graduate level students. And because some projects may overlap or not fully match in all components, we're trying to maintain some flexibility as we define the scopes of work. And on your screen, you can see many of the, in a random order, many of the proposed projects that Stephen mentioned, as well as the livability goals that they align with. And with that brief summary, we're happy to answer any questions about this intergovernmental agreement.
Thank you. Council, any questions? So the projects on the screen here, are those going to be our projects?
Mayor and Council, yes, the projects there were part of, were the ones that we proposed in the original request to be considered for the program. Again, as we're working with Stephen on the scopes of work, we're making some adjustments, but by and large, those are the projects that we'll move forward with.
These are all really great projects that are going to make our city better. And I certainly appreciate knowing that you guys are going to be putting so much brain power into these. Can you tell me a little bit about smart city technology and in what way you're looking at that for the city of Peoria?
Sure, I can take that. The approach with that one is to identify a number of buckets of technology. And these are areas where new technology is going to interface between the municipality and the private sector. And the students are going to kind of address what the current state of that technology or group of technologies might be. For example, wireless communications technology, autonomous vehicles may come into it. These are some of the topics that we're going to hammer out together and work with Rick Buss as well to hammer out. But the students will then assess the current conditions and identify some opportunities to improve.
That's really great. It's going to help us be cutting edge and to make sure that we can move into the future seamlessly. So we really appreciate all of the work that you're about to do. And so, let's see, no other questions from council, discussion? Then I will entertain a motion.
No motion.
Second. A motion is second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 30R, contract Ames Construction, Happy Valley Parkway, Lake Pleasant Parkway to Loop 303 improvements. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you. And Development and Engineering Director Adina Lund will present a proposed contract with Ames Construction for the Happy Valley Parkway improvements between Lake Pleasant Parkway and Loop 303.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here tonight to finally award a contract for Happy Valley Parkway. You've been hearing about the project for quite a few years. So this is item 30R on your agenda. Let's go over the project briefly. The Happy Valley Parkway project extends from Lake Pleasant Parkway to the Loop 303. We will be providing 3 lanes in each direction from Lake Pleasant to the Loop 303. In most locations right now, there are 2 lanes. We will be improving the traffic signal at 115th Avenue. That traffic signal is currently in the county and tends to back up quite a bit. We will be extending that left turn pocket, and we will also be transferring that into Peoria equipment so we can time that signal with the other signals in Peoria. The signal at 100th Lane, which services the Chili's and the Sprouts, will be extended to the south to also service the Target Shopping Center, providing left turns out for those that are headed towards the Loop 303. We will be adding landscape medians, bike lanes, curb gutter, and sidewalk. And as you can see, the yellow part is the part that's currently within the county. The blue part is currently within Peoria. We have a current IGA that you approved previously with the county, where they're contributing $5 million towards this project, and we will then annex that section into Peoria. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the bridge improvements. If you drive the bridge today, it's 2 lanes in each direction with bike lanes, with a center yellow line that separates traffic. In the new configuration, we will have the 3 lanes in each direction with the median barrier separating traffic. We will also, for the first time, have a 12-foot multi-use path behind the barriers. This will service both the pedestrians and the bicycles, and most importantly, it's wide enough for a street sweeper. One of our many complaints is that we need to be able to sweep the pathway to make it safe for all. We will also continue to provide aesthetics for our bridges, as we have done previously, and we have a nice backdrop for putting art on the bridges as well. For this process, we went through the low bid process. As you know, prices have been increasing, and we've always intended for this to be a low bid project. Based on the size, we have many contractors in the area that would be perfect for the project. We went out to bid in April. We had to extend the bidding deadline a couple times because they asked some really good questions, and we had to provide some clarifications. We ended up with 9 contractors that are very well known bidding on the project. And the bids range from $19.4 million to $23.5 million. which is quite a range. 3 of the lowest bids were below 20 million, so we feel that our low bid is on the mark. We don't like to leave too much money on the table, because then we obviously miss something. Contingency typically for a low bid project is 10%. For this project, because the 19.4 million does use up what our project budget is, we're asking for a 5% contingency. So that will be $1 million. We tend to run between 3 and 5% with contingencies on our low bid projects. If for some reason we need more, I will need to come back and explain ourselves. We'll have an ability to come back and talk about what went wrong and what we anticipate happening. The project low bidder is Ames Construction. Past projects they have done in Peoria, you are very familiar with. The Lake Pleasant Parkway from West Wing to Loop 303, and the beautiful picture of this bridge, which is the Happy Valley Bridge over New River. They did that project as well. So they're very familiar with our aesthetic requirements, and they should do us proud. The next most important piece is the schedule. We anticipate beginning construction in August of 2019 and completing in fall of 2020. The ARC component on the bridge will be installed at the very end of the project through a separate contract. We do know there's a lot of traffic in the area, and there's a large section in the special provisions that talks about not working in front of those commercial businesses between Thanksgiving and New Year's, and not impacting traffic during the rush hour. So that's all been laid out. They know what they're getting into. And once again, they're very familiar with this part of town. So tonight, we are asking for you to award the contract to Ames Construction, approve the contingency amount of $1 million, which is approximately 5% of the contract, and to authorize a budget amendment for that $1 million that comes from Transportation Sales Tax Fund. That is, whenever we have savings in the project, it goes back into that fund. So if we don't spend all of the contingency, it will be returned back to that fund at the end. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adina. I want to thank you and your entire team for everything that's gone in, all the work that you all have done from the beginning of time, which I don't even remember when that was. To tell you the truth, I never thought I would be so excited about a bridge. But I really am, because this is going to be such a tremendous improvement to the flow of traffic and getting in and out of the Vistancia community in the Mesquite District. So, and most importantly, this truly was a lot of work and communication and outreach with the community, and a lot of folks came to public meetings and weighed in on what they needed, and that really contributed to this amazing design that I think is just fantastic. So I hope you're going to have to give some of this money back, if not all of it. But I absolutely support this, and I hope the rest of the council will too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm expecting that we'll have a bridge proclamation 1 month.
There we go. Is that a motion, Vice Mayor?
So moved. Thank you.
Second.
A motion and a second. Council, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item number 31R is pension funding policy. Accept the actuarial report for public safety personnel retirement system. Mr. Tyne.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief Financial Officer Sonia Andrews will present a proposed pension funding policy for the city's public safety personnel retirement system. And I'll pass that over to Ms. Andrews.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have to admit that I've been struggling with this presentation a little bit. It's a little bit complicated to explain, so just bear with me as I go through these slides, okay? So tonight the item is the pension funding policy for our public safety personnel retirement system. So why do we have this policy on the agenda tonight? Well, first of all, it's required by House Bill 2097. It must be adopted by July 1. But equally as important, it demonstrates prudent financial management on our part to have a pension funding policy. So you must be asking, what is House Bill 97 and why are we required to adopt a pension funding policy? So first of all, House Bill 97 was introduced in 2018 and signed into Arizona law. It requires all employers of PSPRS system to adopt annually a pension funding policy. That means I'm going to be coming back to you every year to adopt a pension funding policy. In addition, House Bill 2097 also specifically requires the policy to address these items listed in bullet points here. The policy needs to state that we will make sure we have adequate assets to fund benefits of the plan. We will also maintain stable contributions to the plan. We will also commit to meeting a funding requirement. And it also requires us to define a funding ratio, a funding status, which I will explain later. And we will also accept the actuarial valuation report every year. Now, hopefully, as I go through the rest of my slides, this will all make sense. So let me start by giving you a little background on our public safety personnel retirement system, which we call PSPRS. PSPRS is a statewide retirement program for public safety. And even though it's a statewide program, separate accounts are maintained for each employer, and separate accounts are maintained for police and fire. And the state provides uniform administration of all these separate accounts, and all the plan assets are pooled for investment purposes. This is just background information. Now, the reason we are here tonight requiring us to adopt a pension funding policy is because PSPRS faced some challenges, like most state retirement systems. So starting in 2001, PSPRS experienced investment losses with the dot-com bubble and then the Great Recession. There's been significant investment losses. Then there's also outdated actuarial assumptions, and there was not sufficient assets to fund the benefit increases. So these are challenges faced by many state retirement systems. And as a result of these challenges, our PSPRS system faced a declining funded status or funded ratio. So let me explain what a funded status or funded ratio is. A funded ratio is a percent that measures the funded, how well a plan is funded. So if your plan assets equal your plan liabilities, that means you have enough assets to pay for your liabilities, so you're 100% funded. If you don't have enough assets to pay the liabilities or obligations, that means you have less assets than liabilities. That means you're less than 100% funded, and vice versa. If you have more assets to pay the liabilities, then you're more than 100% funded. Well, clearly, having a higher percent funded is better than having a lower percent funded. And so, as a result of these challenges, PSPRS has been experiencing a declining funded status or funded ratio. So the good news here is, even though we have a declined, a low funded status, which I will share with you guys later what the funded status is, there's good news. And the good news is efforts have been made, and as a result of these efforts, and also the pension policy we're proposing, it is going to put us on a path to a healthy funded status and correct some of these challenges that we're faced. So I covered a lot in just these slides, so before I move on, are there any questions? Council? No, you did a great job. Okay, good. Okay, so let's take a look at what the funded status or funded ratio is right now for our PSPRS plan. As I said earlier, there's separate accounts for each employer and the separate accounts for police and fire as well. So the blue bars that you see here are the funded status for the police plan for Peoria and our peer cities. As you can see, the funded status is 52%. What that means is our assets in the plan are only able to fund 52% of our liabilities in that plan. The fire plan is a little better funded, it's at 66%. So again, although these funding levels are not ideal, the more important thing here, or the more important point here we want to make, is that we are addressing this. Efforts have been made, and we have a plan to move forward to improve these funded levels. So what efforts have been made? Well, first of all, at the statewide level, there has been updates and modifications to actuarial assumptions. There's been also pension reform that's been introduced, Senate Bill 1428, which introduced a new tier of benefits for new employees, and also Prop 124 that introduced a COLA as opposed to benefit increases. So these pension reforms will help reduce the liability. And then, of course, House Bill 97 was introduced to require all employers to adopt a funding policy in an effort to improve the funding ratio. Let me see. So these efforts, it will take some time to see the results of these efforts, but with these efforts and the funding policy that we will adopt, it does put us on a path to a healthier funded status for our PSPRS. So what exactly, so this just reiterates kind of the requirements of the House bill, the bullet points that we are to address in our policy. So what does our proposed policy actually say? So the proposed policy, we are committing to contribute the full annual required contribution, which we call ARC. And what the ARC is the actuarially calculated contribution that we are required to make based on the funding target that we set. And the funding target that we set is 100% funding by 2036. So within 18 years, we would like to achieve 100% funding for our plans for both the police and fire. So the ARC is calculated as a percent of payroll in order to achieve this 100% funding target. Our policy also commits us to looking for additional funding to make contributions above the ARC if our budget allows. So if we are able to do that, then we will be able to achieve 100% before 2036. Okay. So what that looks like graphically is that for the police plan, our current estimated ARC, or required contribution, is 43% of payroll. And by committing to maintaining the 43% of payroll, our funded status should improve every single year so that by 2036, it should reach 100%. And our 5-year budget forecast has already taken this into account. So by adopting this policy, we won't have to make any budget adjustments at this time. Likewise with the fire plan, since the fire plan is slightly better funded, the annual required contribution is 34% of payroll. And again, our policy commits us to maintaining this contribution in order to improve the funded status each year and reach the 100% funded status by 2036. So basically, our policy, by committing to maintaining the actuarially required contributions, defining the target of 100% by 2036, committing to these funding requirements, we are meeting the requirements of House Bill 97, which is to make sure we have adequate assets, maintain stable contributions, meet our funding requirements, and achieve a funding target. So to summarize all these complicated slides, the key takeaway is it is important for us to recognize that we have an obligation to fund our retirement plans, first of all. And second of all, it is important to understand that the PSPRS requires some funding commitments to put us on the right path to a more healthy funded status. So this policy that we're proposing before you tonight meets the requirements of House Bill 2097. It shows our commitment to improving the funded status for PSPRS for both police and fire. And by doing so, adopting this pension policy, we also give assurance to our bond rating agencies and our employees of our commitment to fund the plans. And again, it doesn't change our budget forecast at this time, so we don't have to make any budget adjustment for adopting this policy. So I think that's it. Do you have any questions?
Council, any questions? No. I have one question. You say we have to approve this same policy every year?
Correct, because the funding level changes every year as the actuarial calculations change. And so the requirement is to adopt the annual actuarial calculation with the funding ARC that they calculate for us. So
Meaning
that's why the policy will be brought to you every year.
The percent of payroll?
The percent of payroll and the new actuarial valuation.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that. All right, Council, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Good for another year. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item 32R, Expenditure Authority, Capital Improvement Projects, LED Streetlight Conversion Project. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you. And Deputy City Manager Eric Strunk, Deputy Director of Public Works Rhonda Humbles, and our Streets Manager Janet Ramsey will also be presenting a proposal for your approval on the installation and replacement of selected streetlights to more energy-efficient LED fixtures. And I'll pass it to Mr. Strunk.
Thank you, Mr. Tyne. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I get to play the role of Kevin Burke. I'm not wearing a bow tie. I apologize for that. We'll work on that the next time. But real quickly, this is a request to you to approve the expenditure of funds that have been budgeted in our CIP in the Public Works Department to start to systematically convert some of our low sodium pressure lighting into light emitting diode lighting, LED lighting. As Jeff mentioned, Rhonda Humbles, our Deputy Director, will kind of walk you through a few slides we have here. And then Janet Ramsey, our Manager of the our Streets Division, is our content expert. So if you have questions, feel free to ask them. And this is a really good example, real quickly, of earlier you approved an agreement with ASU for a lot of sustainability-related items. This kind of comes from that ilk. You'll hear that this will result in energy savings. It's smarter, cleaner, better. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rhonda. Rhonda?
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a short presentation on the LED streetlight conversion program. Hope to, no pun intended, but shed a little light on it. So let's start first with a little bit of background. As mentioned, as part of the FY19 CIP process, Council approved $2,050,000 for arterial and collector streetlight conversions from high-pressure sodium to LED. It also included replacement of any worn or damaged poles. Staff went to work with a vendor to conduct a comprehensive audit on the city's 16,150 poles to identify and verify the location, asset numbers, power source, and supplier information such as whether it was APS or SRP. This information was used to reconcile our database and update our GIS. The audit provided some cost estimates based on a couple streetlight conversion options. Staff then met with leadership to determine priorities based on available funding. The decision was made to focus on converting all 3,250 arterial streetlights. Arterials are the main roads such as Bell Road, Peoria, and Thunderbird, or 75th and 83rd Avenues as an example, and about 1,200 collector streetlights. Collectors are the mid-sized roads or the mid-between main roads, such as Sweetwater, Mountain View, 87th Avenue. So why LEDs? We tend to think a picture speaks 1,000 words. So if you look at the picture that's on the screen, the LED light is generally clearer and brighter. If you look at the picture, the demonstration on the left is an LED streetlight conversion. If you notice, it sort of has a crisp, downward focused illumination on the road, whereas the two high-pressure sodium lights to the right are somewhat fuzzy, scattered yellow light. There's additional benefits such as longer lifespan. The LEDs tend to be 10 years, whereas the high-pressure sodiums last about 7 years on average. And there's savings. The audit identified an estimated annual savings of about $200,000. And in keeping with residential interest to minimize light pollution, the lights are on the International Dark Sky Association's approved fixture list. LEDs are not new to Peoria. They are in current use. We have 123 traffic signals. All lighted street name signs and signalized intersections are LED. This is in addition to the 475 staff-installed streetlights that the street operations have been phasing in through the streetlight pole replacement program. As mentioned earlier, the audit provided needed verification and additional information that the street operations staff then partnered with our IT department to create a web page for residents to report broken and/or non-functioning lights. This is a screenshot of the interactive web page that allows residents to identify and report issues directly to the streets division. It also provides APS and SRP information for outages. In conclusion, if approved, staff would move forward with the contract to convert 3,250 arterial streetlights and about 1,200 collector streetlights. The collector LED conversion would be based upon a prioritization of the following criteria: traffic volumes, proximity to schools and parks, and bike lanes. A couple additional benefits not mentioned earlier include a 10-year offset and a 10-year warranty on the fixtures. If approved, the LED conversion would begin with the arterials in the September timeframe, followed by the collectors. And with that, we will take your questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Vice Mayor?
If you said this, I'm sorry, but what's the estimated time frame until they're all changed out?
That would probably be a Janet question. She's been directly working with the contact.
Vice Mayor Van Tucker, we're going to start in September, and quite frankly, we processed this a bit differently than we had anticipated. So we think this will probably take somewhere around 6 months to 9 months to complete, and then we'll move into the collectors. So within the FY20 fiscal year, but I don't have an exact date for you at this time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. 16,000 altogether, unbelievable. Thank you.
Councilmember Dunn?
I'd like to find out on the poles, what's a description or maybe of some of the wear that would dictate replacing a pole? Can you give us some idea of why a pole would need to be replaced?
Yes, Councilmember Dunn. Typically, that's going to be rust and other effects that might affect the overall strength and structural integrity of the pole. So in those areas where sprinklers have attacked and you see rust at the base, those are going to be the priorities. We also take into account the date of the installation, so we have that record, and we start looking at those first, and then we do the inspections, and those inspections, the results of those will dictate where we begin.
The other question that I have is with the bulbs or the lights that you're replacing, the waste, what do we do with that? And is there a substantial cost to, getting those disposed of?
With the high-pressure sodium, we are recycling those to the extent possible, and so there's very minimal, if any, cost associated with that at all. And that is a part of this process, so we'll be recycling all of the waste materials.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Thank you. Yeah, just one quick question. This is kind of being presented as a net neutral proposition, correct, financially? Payback's 10 years. You guys are calculating the bulbs at about 10 years. So when we go to replace those, are there expenses in the, I think it was 1.6 million, expenses associated with to retrofit that for the LEDs, and then will it be cheaper when we go to replace the LEDs, or will it be another 1.6 million in 10 years that we have to invest in bulbs as they go out. And 10 years seemed a little bit short for me on LEDs. I guess I hear that they last a little bit longer than that. Is that just taking a conservative approach on your part financially on the ROI on this, or is that typical 10 years on an LED?
So Mayor, Councilmember Finn, the 10-year timeframe's the warranty that the manufacturer has guaranteed us, the product itself. The actual duration, the light bulb, that's more of a Janet question. Janet, is the light itself good for 10 years, or do we need to periodically get out there and switch the lights and whatnot?
That is a good question. We really don't have that history with the LEDs yet. The technology is really too new. The 10-year warranty is in effect, and so we will enjoy that. We've been experiencing 7 years in high-pressure sodium. We have every reason to believe that we'll get a greater time frame out of the LEDs, but I really don't have the history to answer that question
Thank you.
Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. Am I correct in assuming that APS also has lights in Peoria?
Councilmember Patena, the city of Peoria owns the street lights that are on all public streets. So the only ones that we don't own are those that are in the gated or private communities.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Well, I, for one, really like the idea of $200,000 a year savings and moving to something that's a much more sustainable and smarter avenue for lighting our streets. So thank you for all of your work to bring us up, to raise the bar a little bit in the city of Peoria. Council, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is call to the public for non-agenda items. If you wish to address the council, please complete a speaker request form and place it in the bin next to the speaker's podium. And I have received one speaker request form from Nan Shelton. If you would kindly give your name and address at the podium for the record, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Nan, or Nanette Shelton. I live at 17374 89th Avenue in Peoria. I've been here about a year and a half. When I first moved here, pretty early on, I started coming to council meetings. And I spoke once before saying what an amazing city this is. And I continue to be impressed. Your State of the City address was absolutely one of the most inspiring things I'd been to. The roads and how we take care of the roads, the shredding. I mean, there is so many things. And the chief of police, I don't see him, but, oh, there he is. He and I both came about the same time. And he was installed officially at one of my early meetings. He does not know me from Adam, but I feel connected to him in a way when I see a police car, I think that's part of my family. I mean, it's just a wonderful place to be, and I am so grateful for the fabulous job you do. I have been in other cities where, well, to say they were not the class act that you are is an understatement. And I just hope that everybody appreciates what you do like I do, because you are amazing and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so very much, and please come back every time. We will now move on to reports from the city manager. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you very much, and if you will indulge me, we do have a couple of presentations, a couple of very entertaining videos to show, but first off, I think very important to discuss the city's general plan and to provide you an update. The general plan, as you are aware, really has guided Peoria through our issues of growth and providing our public services and facilities, and really has been that blueprint for that. And so with us, we have Planning Director Chris Hawkes, who will present an update on the general plan and its approach over the next 20 years. So no pressure, Chris.
Well, great, Jeff. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Let's talk about how to keep this city an amazing city into the future, right? So I'm going to provide a very concise report tonight on the status of the general plan update, but more importantly, on the forthcoming comment period that's before us for the 2019 cycle of amendments. As you know, the general plan update is a multi-year update. We've been talking about it for a few years, and we've been accomplishing annual amendments that bring us to that ultimate completed document that we anticipate putting on the ballot for 2020. So for the viewing public, the general plan is the city's foundational document that guides current and future growth decisions in the city. It addresses all facets of growth, everything from land use to circulation, water, and the like. The state statute requires that we have a general plan, and it requires that a city of our size have 17. We're electing to accomplish 24 elements. And so also what's unique rather to the city, or to the state of Arizona, is that it requires that at least every 10 years we bring the general plan to a vote of the public, and that it be ratified at least every 10 years. So our last vote was 2010. That's why next fall we're looking to place the general plan on the ballot at that time. Okay, this year's updates, I'll give you just a very quick rundown of some of the highlights. This year's amendments are substantial as it moves in that direction. So while I talk about the forthcoming comment period, just understand that the document is still it's a work in progress. We're anticipating comments. There's going to be refinements and changes. We're going to come back in front of the council and drill down into some of the elements, talk to several of the other boards and commissions as well. So we're anticipating changes, and just know that even though we're talking about the 2019 cycle, invariably we're going to continue to make changes to the document, refine where we need to and where it's appropriate until the point where we ask the council to formally place it on the ballot for consideration by the voters. So the 2019 general plan cycle, I'll talk very briefly about the 4 highlights or deliverables. We'll talk about the reorganization of the document, the land use categories. We're looking at a complete formulation of the land use categories and a complete reformulation of the land use map, which we use pretty frequently, and then updated goals and policies. So in brief, the way the process would go is that the end of July, I think it's July 18th, we're going to embark onto what's called a 60-day review period, which we provide the document and all the supporting materials to all the agencies, internal and external, as well as the public. We have a website that we're maintaining that will provide the address to you, where any member of the public can access the website. They can look at the land use map. They can make comments directly through the website, and then we'll address each of those comments as we bring the item forward for ultimately for council consideration in November of this year for this year's cycle of amendments. Okay, what you're looking at here is a graphic. I mentioned that the city has put together 24 elements or 24 chapters. You know, one of the things we looked at when we looked at reorganizing a document is it makes sense to organize those into 6 chapters. Also at the same time, where the city is working on the livability initiative or the council goals, council priorities for the city as it moves into the future. And it happens to be that the essence of the council goals and the essence really of the general plan, who do we want to be in the future, comes down to 6 topical areas. And they include things like economic prosperity, smart growth, integrated transportation, healthy neighborhoods, and so forth. The means to reach these elements and address these factors might differ in some respects between the livability and the general plan, but there's going to be a lot of crossover. We've been working with a lot of the captains that were part of the livability, and you'll see some of those ideas and priorities threaded throughout the general plan document. Okay, so let's talk about the next item of one of the highlights is refinement of the land use category. So what you see on the right, that is what the general plan land use map looks like. And as you know, all the colors mean something. You know, green is park open space, red is commercial, and so forth. And so we have land use categories. We're looking at a complete reformulation of the land use categories. The directive from council a couple of years ago is we wanted categories that were more descriptive in terms of the type, the scale, and the form of development that we're expecting. So with these categories, aside from the naming conventions, they're going to provide us a lot more direction and design parameters in terms of a closer fit as to what kinds of development and what that development will look like and feel like as opposed to the current general plan. So we're really excited about these land use categories. Some of the areas that will be new is the city is moving into a direction where we're looking at more mixed use or type of category where you mix residential, commercial, and employment opportunities together. The city is changing, the country's changing, and with the effect of the internet retailing, we're seeing some downscaling of commercial areas into strict commercial areas into more mixed-use areas, provide a little bit more flexibility in the land use map. So we're looking at some of those changes. And then once with the new reformulated land use categories, then we have to place those on the map. So this is an opportunity for us to look at how can we reposition strategic and transitioning properties throughout the city and refine those areas where it's important, particularly along some of our next growth corridors like the Loop 303, Lake Pleasant Parkway, and beyond. So again, a general plan map looks 10 to 20 years and beyond, and so we're trying to refine that with the development that we're intending in the future. So again, as I mentioned, this is an iterative process. We're going to continue to have stakeholder meetings. We've been meeting with the public for the last couple of years. We're going to continue to solicit impact from the boards and commissions. We'll be back with the council to drill down further into some of these areas. And the working teams that we have working on all the 6 chapters will continue to work and refine those elements. So as I identified earlier on, July 18 is when we anticipate putting all the materials out for public consumption. We're going to have an open house in August. I don't have the date set yet, but we'll put it on our website, and we'll work with Office of Communications when that date is set. And then after we've taken all these comments in, we'll revise the document as appropriate, and we'll take it through the hearing process. The hearing process will include public hearings, 2 of them in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and finally with the City Council in November. And for any member of the public that wants information, what you see on the screen, that is the website for the general plan update, www.planpeoriaaz.com. So as I indicated, all the materials that are developed, including the mapping, that's all on our website. There's also a mechanism, if you want to make comment on any of the stuff, that you can make comments directly into the website, and we'll use that as we refine the document. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Council? Comments? Well, first of all, I think this is a really appropriate presentation this evening because our members of our PLI graduating class are here right behind you, and they are obviously intelligent and looking for ways to get involved. And here it is right there, planpeoriaaz.com. We would love to have your input on how our city is going to grow. It's really important that our citizens tell us what they want for the future of our city. We're going to grow one way or the other, so let's do it the smartest and best way that we can, and the way that meets the unique characteristics of our citizens and our city. So we hope that you'll get involved, and everyone else who might be listening to this. We really want to hear from our citizens. And thank you for all the work that you're doing to make sure that the categories, the land use categories that we move forward with in the future are more flexible and adaptable and more modern than what we used in the past. It's time for us to grow up, huh? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. And the next time, just a quick observation. We take such great pride in the quality and efficiency in the work that we do, and something that really encapsulates that is what Deputy City Manager Eric Strunk will show, which is a recent video from the Colorado Water Mania event.
Thank you, Mr. Time. Thank you, Mayor and Council. What you're going to see is a video of a couple of our employees. One works in water services. His name is Joe Sarakas, and the other works in our finance department, our meter reader crew, Stephen Burks. And if you ever wondered who deconstructs and puts water meters together out in the field, these are 2 awesome representatives for the city of Peoria. And I think this video that you'll see goes to show the passion, the dedication. You think water meters, what's in a water meter? But these gentlemen and the women and men of both divisions take it very seriously. So I'm going to show you that. Very proud that they went to Denver. They were selected out of the state of Arizona. They were the only 2 selected from Arizona to go in the national competition. And with this video, you're going to see why they were selected. So thank you for allowing me the honor of introducing this. Thank you, Jeff. And let's watch the video.
Each meter is very strategic on how it is put together.
You get 2 time trials, but you get as many practices as you want. So practice, practice, practice.
Once they say go, you flip the bucket and you're just throwing stuff together as fast as you can.
Steve's excellent at keeping his composure because once that adrenaline goes, like I said, if you can't control it, you get jittery and you get shaky. So you just gotta be able to think a step ahead for each step that you're currently doing. You gotta be able to think a step ahead.
First time I got given the meter, I'd never taken one apart before. So being able to look up to Keith and Joe here and kind of figure out what I need to do to really improve my time.
We can go ahead and take that off. Next thing we check is bolts for tightness. Just finger tight, attach the meter.
We're both very competitive people, but we're on the same team. Although I did try to take his trophy from him when he won his first place trophy. We got pictures. That's the thing. Like, and I was holding up number 2 with the trophy. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we're all Team Peoria. You know, so we're just happy to bring that to the city, bring that recognition to the city. To be the ones to support that is awesome. You know, and to be the ones to recognize that and to move on for it. We're in this together, man.
Gotta love our city, huh? Yay! Thank you.
2 great ambassadors. We did have one item that we wanted to quickly show you, a 1-minute video regarding our Youth Advisory Board and their recent bouncing around Peoria, but I won't tell you how.
Hi guys, let's see what the Pogo's all about.
Bus driver is really nice and it's a good environment. And bring a friend with you, might as well. Hey guys, so we just got off of Pogo. It's a free swim turn route and it goes 1 bus clockwise, 1 bus counterclockwise, so you don't have to wait if you want to get off. And you can go to the mall, trails, you can bring your bike places, there's food, job opportunities, and after school. There's also schools along the route that you can meet, like you can drop off at school or from school.
And it's a free ride.
Great advertisers. Lastly, Mayor and Council, our last item is I wanted to present Intergovernmental Affairs Director Thomas Adkins and IGA Coordinator Jenna Carrico to present the 2019 legislative session recap and maybe a look forward, a glimpse into the 2020 session as well. So thank you, Thomas and Jenna.
Thank you, Mr. Tyne, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening to give a very brief recap, about 45 minutes, I'll cover it. Then we're going to demonstrate our assembly of a water meter for your entertainment as well. But, no, truly, it's an honor to represent the city down at the state capitol. It's a big issue, as you saw earlier on the agenda. 2 key items that you guys had to discuss and take action on were ultimately affected by state legislation. So, as you know, every January when the legislature convenes, the IGA team, part of Team Peoria, we were down at the Capitol and keeping a close eye on all of the legislation that the state legislators in the House and Senate introduce. Our goal is to protect the interests of the city of Peoria and our residents. Jenna Carrico, our IGA coordinator, continues to take a leading role down at the state Capitol, and as such is going to be leading our presentation tonight, doing the brief recap of the session. So with that, I will turn it over to her. And also I wanted to give a quick shout out and thanks to our Peoria directors and departmental staff who are the subject matter experts and provide all the expertise that we need to take positions on legislation.
Mayor and Council, thank you for having us tonight. As Thomas said, I will keep this brief, which is one of my strengths in public speaking. Overall, this was a very positive session for cities and towns, probably one of the best we've seen in a few years. Leadership in both chambers and the governor's office worked collaboratively with the league and local leaders to ensure that we had thoughtful and creative solutions and policies that were pushed forward and ultimately passed. As you'll see, Governor Ducey signed 320 bills this session. 11 were vetoed. And the majority of those will become effective on August 27th, with the exception of those that had an emergency clause or a delayed effective date. We hosted our second Peoria Neighborhood Day at the legislature this year with local leaders, our youth council, Vice Mayor Binsbacher, Councilmember Edwards, and Councilmember Patena. This continues to be a great opportunity for us to connect with our state legislators and to engage residents on legislative issues that affect them locally. We look forward to continuing to grow this event in future years and improve upon this opportunity for our residents. So this session began with a laser focus on water and Arizona's role on the drought contingency plan. Legislators had 2 weeks to get a bill to Governor Ducey, which meant compacted and tough stakeholder meetings and negotiations with the farmers and cities, businesses, and a number of other stakeholders. As you've heard in previous meetings, Peoria's water team was hugely impactful in helping the city throughout this process and protecting our long-term water interests. And at the same time that this was going on, a group of conservative lawmakers were attempting to leverage the governor's desire for a DCP with their desire for a tax conformity package. This would have reduced the tax rate across the board and cost the state nearly $200 million in anticipated revenues. Ultimately, the DCP was signed by the deadline, and this first attempt at tax conformity was vetoed. As we entered into budget negotiations, tax conformity, Wayfair, and the taxation of digital goods were 3 of the biggest focal points. Wayfair, as you may know, when I say that, refers to the decision out of South Dakota from last summer that says that states can tax out-of-state retailers if they do $100,000 worth or 200 transactions within the state. So cities supported this concept because it creates equity for in-state retailers. Ultimately, the new taxations for digital goods and services did not pass, and tax conformity was paired with Wayfair as part of the ultimate budget package, and we were happy to support this outcome as it protected local control and did not harm our local revenues. Another issue that received significant attention in the media, as you're all very aware, is the statewide texting while driving ban. As anticipated, the legislature and governor did reach an agreement, and with the recent adoption of our own matching ordinance, Peoria and the state have sent a strong and clear message that we are raising the bar on safe driving. And lastly, one topic that did not reach any resolution this session is that of peer-to-peer car renting. There were 2 main competing bills this session, one that would have exempted certain car rental companies from tax and surcharges, and one that was looking to even the playing field for all substantially similar peer-to-peer car renting companies. Because neither side could prevail and compromise was ultimately not reached, we do anticipate seeing this issue again next session. And quickly, as we look forward to 2020, the 2 primary issues we want to put on your radar is that of the possible extension of the regional transportation sales tax known as Prop 400, which will require enabling legislation, and of course, Census 2020. Both of these items will have a major impact on Peoria and our budget for years to come, and you can expect to hear much more of this from us moving forward. So with that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I know both you guys, you have a really difficult job down there, and with all the bills going through, you take care of the city and you make sure that we don't get hurt in any way. And I just want you to know how much we appreciate you being down there, so thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
I really have to concur with that. 1,318 bills. This is from a legislature that believes in smaller government, right? 1,318 bills. And out of that, all of the work and all of the education and all of the diplomacy that you guys spent months and months dealing with, all hours of the day and night. You can boil that down to 5 bullet points for us here today, and that is quite a feat. So, I mean, really, we cannot thank you enough for what you do to protect Peoria, our residents, our well-being, and our future. It's enormous, and we really are indebted to you. Thank you so much.
It's our honor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Great, thank you for speaking so well of the best IG team in the state, probably beyond that, and great presentation, by the way. And that is all I have. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And we will now, before we move on to reports from City Council, I did receive another speaker request form. Mr. James Deibler, if you would kindly go to the podium and give us your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak, sir.
Hello, I am James Deibler. I live at 3730 West Tucky Lane, Phoenix, Arizona 85019. Peoria City Courts and the Peoria Police Department are doing a good job on helping to turn around troubled person's life. The Peoria City Courts and the Peoria Police Department are providing court order anger management classes and mental health classes in order to give them troubled people a second chance at life. The City of Peoria court system helps by providing people a way of connect with case managers to get back on medication again. It helps that individuals to rejoin society as a law-abiding citizen. If a troubled person at the mental health court successfully completes the requirements, he or she will get the charges and all the offenses dropped by the City of Peoria prosecutor office in the court system. I support the Peoria Police Department because it helps a lot of people stay out of trouble. Finally, there is a new circulator that helps non-Peoria residents to get around town easily without asking a friend for a ride called Pinko Peoria on the Go. Pinko make it easier for Peoria residents to go to the sports complex for spring training. Eric Town Center, Liberty High School, and Sunrise Mountain High School are on the Pinko bus line. This helps high school students to get around town without using a car. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments, sir. All right, we will now move on to reports from City Council, beginning with Councilmember Patena.
Thank you, Mayor. On Wednesday, June 5th, I attended the State of the City at Westbrook Village with the mayor. Had a nice crowd. Tuesday, June 11th, we had a Boards and Commissions Subcommittee meeting. Congratulations to our appointees tonight, Jackie, Adam, and Ravi. And on June 14th, I attended, along with the mayor and several council members, the Chamber of Commerce 100th Anniversary Celebration event at Rio Vista. And it was also sort of a going-away party for Guy Erickson, the CEO, who's going to be retiring at the end of the month. On Saturday, June 15th, also attended the State of the City at Copper Hills Church in Mesquite. Another nice crowd there. And I want to say that when the State of the City is such an important event in our city, when the mayor first said that she was going to take her show on the road, I really wasn't quite sure if that was the right thing to do. And I had some questions in my own mind, but I attended 4 of the events out of the 6 that the mayor gave, and I changed my mind considerably. I thought it was an amazing way to put on a State of the City event. more people were involved in seeing what we do as a city and what we're promoting and what a great city we live in. And so, Mayor, I think you did a wonderful job on all 6 events. The thing is, at every event, there were several questions that were being asked by the people who were in the audience. And we had, for example, we had John Sefton there, the police, the fire, Chris Hallett, deputy city managers, Adina Lund, and the city manager. And I'm proud to say that every question that was asked, every single question got answered. There was no, "I'll get back to you," or "let us find out." Every question was answered, and I think that's a real plus for our city. On June, for some upcoming events, since we're going on hiatus, on June 27th, the grand opening of Peoria's first Community Resource Center is going to occur. A simple explanation is that we're going to match citizens' needs with the appropriate not-for-profit agency. In the Community Resource Guide, we have 200 not-for-profits that work with our city. These same 200 not-for-profits are going to be available to our citizens for any type of need that they might have. We're a city now of over 170,000 people, and this is certainly something that is needed by our city, and I'm really excited for June 27th to get here. Thursday, July 4th, is the City of Peoria's All-American Festival at the Peoria Sports Complex. I'm honored to host this incredible community celebration in the Ironwood District. The All-American Festival has been a signature event in Peoria for over 20 years, and I'm delighted to continue the tradition with all of you. I hope to see you on July 4th. And for the very kind lady there who spoke some positive words on how well the city is run, we appreciate your comments. It inspires us to want to continue to do excellent work for our citizens. So thank you for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long evening for everybody here, so I'm going to be brief. So we're heading into the to the summer break, as Councilmember Patina mentioned, and I don't think I could possibly say my feelings better than what Nan said when you were up here at the podium. So I'm gonna yield my time to Nan and just simply thank. And just simply thank everyone that's a part of the city for all the amazing things that you guys do. You guys deserve this summer break way more than we probably do. So enjoy it. You guys do fantastic work every single day. Clearly it shows when someone shows up here to throw those compliments your way. So you deserve every accolade that she presented. So thank you for all you do. Have a great summer.
And just to set the record straight, they don't get a summer break. just us.
You're the mayor. Give them a summer break.
Sorry, we need people running the city. Vice Mayor Binsbacher.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Nanette, thank you for noticing, and thank you for standing up and saying so. It really is an inspiration to us and reminds us why we're here doing what we do. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to try to fly through this too. Mayor, congratulations on your State of the City tour. It was fantastic. I went to a handful of those events and they were well received, and it was great to hear all of the different questions and varying needs from all over the city, and I think it was a huge success. Thank you. Which also takes me to my ride-along in the Pine District with Councilmember Dunn. Thank you for the invitation. Again, just a testament to how critical it is that we as elected officials focus on the big picture and all of Peoria and balanced needs and amenities and spending and all that we do for all of the different communities and districts in our city, and I really appreciate that opportunity, and we're staying connected and working together, and it was a great opportunity. Thank you, and I look forward to you coming to my district and doing the same. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce on their 100th anniversary, and to Guy Erickson for all of his work as he moves into retirement. I also want to mention a new business in the Mesquite District. I went to the ribbon cutting on June 14th,
It's called Down East Home and Clothing, just the kind of establishment we're looking for in Peoria. Such a great addition to our district up at the Four Corners on Lake Pleasant and Happy Valley Road. Hyper-local focus with local vendor market inside and a soda fountain and coffee bar, and just a great experience. I hope everyone will have an opportunity to get there and see that. You know what? From the water meter guys to legislation, the city is in great hands thanks to all of you. Congratulations to Thomas and Jenna and everyone. Team Peoria is wrapping up a very successful, productive year, and I'm really proud of all of you. And enjoy the break, council, and we'll see everyone soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I want to congratulate all the graduates of the PLI. You guys did a phenomenal job, and please don't hesitate. You obviously have a desire to learn more about the city. You've learned quite a bit, but there's always more to learn. Don't hesitate to reach out to either us or to the staff, because you obviously have that fever, and we want to nurture it. And anything we can do, I encourage you to get onto a board. We have lots of boards and commissions that are open, and just please take that opportunity to expand your presence in Peoria. I want to thank all the residents that came out on the 13th to the New River Trail expansion update. They had about 50 residents that came out and just kind of we gave some overviews of the trail system. And so we had quite a few residents that came out, and some were for, some were against, but everybody was able to voice their good and bad comments. And so we were able to work through some of those, and we'll continue to work through them as that project moves forward. Did go to the Chamber 100th anniversary. What a phenomenal event. So many great businesses were there. Guy Erickson, congratulations on your retirement, and I would look forward to seeing things come from you in the future. And then lastly, I just wanted to wish everybody a happy and safe 4th of July. And even though we're going on break, staff, you're not going on break, I'm sorry. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
No.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, where to start? It's been an amazing year, this last 12 months, and as it comes to a close, and thank you. We hear from so many of our constituents, but thank you, Nan, for being a positive voice and saying some good things. Usually we get, some people that need something done for them. So thank you. That really means a lot to us. And then I want to pass that compliment along to all of our staff. You guys are amazing. The committees I work in with you, and the things that you do for our city, this is the place to be, and you're making it shine for all of us. It's amazing, 100 years for the Peoria Chamber of Commerce. Think back 100 years. They have been in the business of Peoria. Well, we can't think back 100 years, all right. I got that. Some of us can almost, but we can read about it. 100 years that they've been not only helping businesses, and they've helped a couple of businesses for me, they've been vital partners, but in other areas too, and they've been there helping libraries and all kinds of things that you would not associate with the Chamber of Commerce. And I know Guy Erickson well enough to know that he may be retired, but he isn't going anywhere. He loves the chamber, he loves Peoria, he's a workaholic. He'll still be around, and what a significant contribution he has made, not only to the chamber, but to our city. I'm really excited about the ASU Sustainable Cities Network. I'm really impressed with what I heard, and I will be coming to you, Jay, be forewarned. I have a project in mind, and I've needed somebody to work on it, so I think you guys are going to fit the bill with some of your students, and I love working with students. Okay, for my residents along 77th Avenue from Peoria to Mountain View, be prepared. You ask for street repairs, and we heard you, and we are bringing them to you. It'll be about a month. we need to get the project done before school starts in the fall. And they have such short summers now that it'll take a month to do this, and we'll be lucky to be done by the time schools are back in session. It will be a completely new street, 77th Avenue will be. They'll mill the street out. They'll overlay a new layer of asphalt, new sidewalks, new handicapped corners with the bumps for the blind. So expect the nuisance of having the building. I mean, that's expected, I think, when you're moving forward. You have a month's inconvenience, take the side streets, go out to 76th or 78th for another, well, it's been 20 years since that street's been worked on, so another 20 years of really neat driving along there. I believe that that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn?
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to congratulate all the graduates from Peoria Leadership. It's so fantastic to see you guys getting engaged, and I enjoyed it, and I've heard so much that you guys enjoyed it, and so thank you for coming and spending your time. I know it's a commitment, but hopefully you had a lot of fun and you'll continue to be engaged with us. I went this week to a grand opening. It was a Veterans West Valley Vet Center, and it was their grand opening, and it was so fascinating to see some of the services that they're supplying to the vets, everything from employment, opportunities, counseling, family services, and it's providing a huge need for the veterans, and it's located here in Peoria. So that was really neat. I've been visiting a lot of, not only with residents, but some of the other nonprofits. Met with Deep Within Recovery Center today, and they do treatment for those with drug dependency. So that's available in our city, and they're really doing a great job working with these men and trying to empower them and get them a new start on life. So I was very happy to meet with them today. I have been doing a lot of tours, not only with staff, but with the vice mayor and the mayor. They were very gracious to come to the Pine District and tour with me. We got to, see the good about it. There's a lot of great things and some things that we could improve on. And they gave me some advice that we're going to put into action. And I also plan on going with the other council members as well. They're going to come out with me. So thank you for doing that. And I really appreciate the engagement that you've been working with me as well. We had a meet and greet. We had 9 departments from the city, and the residents came out to City Hall to meet with the city departments. It was a huge success. Each department was able to answer questions right then and there, and we also had them fill out comment forms. So some of the things that maybe we couldn't answer that needed to be done, I will be directly following up, and staff will be following up, but just letting you know, we're staying engaged. I did get to visit a reclaimed water facility here in Peoria, and I just want to thank the planning because, past council and our current council, oh my gosh, I can't believe what I saw. Everybody asked me, what are those purple pipes? And it's our reclaimed water, and they're putting water back into the ground and filtering it. It was just very interesting, and it's so nice to see that we're planning for our future. I think that, I did want to also congratulate Guy on his retirement, Guy Erickson, and the Peoria Chamber for their 100 years of service. That's a long time. And it's nice to see ASU here. Ann, it's good to see you. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think you've heard enough from us. As we end our fiscal year, I just have to say that it is always my honor to be able to represent the citizens of Peoria and to sit at this dais with such amazing and great council members. Thank you all. With that, we are adjourned.